Welcome in, Antram. Thank you for the first. And, we're gonna be playing Pathfinder Kingmaker today, returning to the Stolen Lands. And before we start our tenure as a Baroness officially, we are going to help the Tiefling twins, Kalik and Canera, with their God-given woes, let's call them. So, yeah. And also, we're probably going to respect them to alchemists instead of kineticists, because that's a class. Kineticist is a class I don't want to mess with. And also, I kind of need a dedicated healer, so why the fuck not? Especially because Kalik and Canera, basically, they're separate characters that fill the same slot in the party. Because once I've completed this quest, they can pretty much swap places at will, even if I'm not at home. So, yeah. Making them my healers is basically yeah. It's a good move, I think, because it means I'll have double the resources for healing. I don't need to be quite so conservative with it as I normally would be. Anywho. Right. Come to think of it, let's rename the this kingdom, because Rossvice is a little on the nose. Yeah. There we go. Alright. So, we'll cross the river up here.
I feel tired.
And if you're wondering why I'm traveling alone, that's because Khalik asked me to. So it really is just me and her on this one quest. Well, damn, actually. Yeah.
I feel tired.
Nope.
I feel tired.
Good thing I had ample rations on hand. Yeah. Oh, hi, escapist. Kalik smiles faintly as you approach, but you can't help but notice that she's as tense now as tense as a bowstring. Three young tieflings wearing bright clothing, the sort one might find in a harlequin's wardrobe, are gathered near Kalik, fidgeting from foot to foot. They bow simultaneously. The youngest casts you an inquisitive look. So this is the patron you found, Elder? The Baroness of this land. And to think that Canera used to say that you don't know how to make connections. Ooh, whoa. The short-haired tiefling girl steps on her friend's tail. Stop it, Niho. Don't you see you're upsetting her? Forgive him, Elder, and you too, Your Grace. When Niho was little, the donkey knocked over his crib. His horns got caught in the saddle on his saddle cloth, and he was dragged for half a block, bumping his head on every corner. That was no more clever than the donkey. Kalik stomps her foot, drawing their attention. Sweet Teeth, that's enough. You're going right back to the city. The Baroness and I need to talk in private. And we're going to the Talon Tower without you. It might be dangerous. As you say, Elder. The last of the three tieflings who had kept quiet until now nods and gestures to the others. We'll go to the city. We'll see if three tail-swinging goofs like us can find gainful employment around there. If you decided to settle down in these parts, maybe we can find a place here too. Goodbye, Your Grace. Please remind me, what is this place and what are we looking for here? It's an ancient Talon settlement. Long ago, ravaged by the elements. They used to mine ore in these rocks. Little is known about what happened here, but according to the rumors, a terrible flood devastated the town. Many citizens perished. The others fled. Only the tower remains standing on the cliff. The flood wasn't able to reach it. The tower may still hold substantial riches, and among them, the Disc of the Eclipse, a relic from a Kadiran temple in Nethys. That's what I'm looking for. Who were those three tieflings? My friends from Kadira. Their names are Niho, Tevi, and Alki, but I usually just call them the Sweet Teeth. They're always together and they always act and speak in chorus. It was they who dug up the history of the place, and they who told me of the treasury, but they never got inside. They say there's a lot of dangerous beasts ahead. Kalik sighs. I'm happy that at least someone from my past life hasn't abandoned me, but they make me anxious as well. The Sweet Teeth know nothing about what happened after our escape. They think Canera died, and I adopted a strange new name to hide from my past. But they know me, and my sister well, and could easily uncover the truth. That would breach Nethys's first condition. That's why it would be better for all of us if we met as rarely as possible. Besides, Canera nearly fed the poor sweet teeth to the wild animals. Though it seems like ages ago now. So, what's our plan? There must be a cliff somewhere ahead, where we'll find the remains of the tower. We'll need to climb it and search the ruins, and be ready for trouble. One can never be too careful. Well, are we ready? Yeah, I'm ready to go. Kalik nods gratefully. Thank you. I'm glad I don't have to walk this road alone. Okay. There's the tower. Or the edge of it. The way that you described it as standing on top of a cliff, I would have thought it'd be here, actually, where I am now.
Please, do tell. The path is clear.
Taste my fury.
A solid plan.
Ideally, I would have liked to swap Kalik to an alchemist right now.
Let us be careful.
But if I did that,
Hang in
then she wouldn't get her spell slots. So I'm gonna wait until after I rest.
This is going to hurt.
Yeah, fuck. There we go.
Watch each other.
Ah, fuck.
Cool off. Go. Taste my fury. Go. Forwards. Cool it. Aim carefully.
Welcome back.
Cool off.
Attack!
Taste my pity.
A solid plan.
Forwards. This is going to hurt. Cool it.
Aim carefully.
Cool off.
The path is clear.
I'm glad you called.
The water elementals whirl anxiously, but make no move to attack. Kalik is obviously commanding their attention. The creatures' bodies ripple, and they freeze and face the girl. This is what I felt. These creatures, we belong to the same elemental force. The girl leans forward. I could be wrong, but I feel they are seething, as if yearning for freedom. They cannot leave, and they have been trapped in this place for a long time. An incredibly long time. Detect magic. Examine the elementals and the magic seal. The seal has a strong aura. It appears as though a magical trap has tied elementals to this place. Water elementals at a settlement that perished from a sudden flood. Kalik's eyes are full of sorrow. Yes, it seems that someone used them to kill the Taldans, and then just abandoned them here. But who? Who would use such powerful magic only to kill simple miners? The past has so many secrets. What will happen if we set the elementals free? Could we? I doubt they would attack. They suffer here under the ruthless sun. far from the elemental forces. They seem happy to see me and are pleading for help. I understand. Let's see what we can do.
I can help.
Don't tell me you forgot how to use it.
But of course.
Another reason why respecking earlier would have been a bad idea. The elementals bellow and shiver anxiously. They seem distrustful of their newfound freedom. The twisted masses of water resembling arms extend forward as if pointing to something ahead. Then, one of the elementals utter a word in an unfamiliar language as it reaches out to Kalik. They seem to be saying, "Danger ahead," and they're ready to help us if we need help. The word he said is some kind of name or call. As if knowing their message had been understood, the elementals rush away to their long desired freedom. Kinetic healer. Kalik throws back her head and looks upward. Up there! There's a tower on the cliff. But it will be difficult to climb up such a steep slope. Kalik gives you a pensive and sad smile. My sister and I used to climb cliffs together. She was angry when I was faster. But she always helped me when she got ahead. Let's go to our goal. Kalik climbs the cliff with the dexterity of a lizard, but you go stride for stride with her, easily keeping up. Soon, the top of the cliff lies before you.
I'll go ahead.
Be careful, everyone. Attack! I failed you, sister.
Solid plan.
I failed you, sister.
Forwards.
Aim carefully.
Ah, fucking.
Attack!
There we go.
A solid plan.
Forward. Aim carefully. Attack. A solid plan. Learn from my mistake.
Ah, fuck. There we go, finally.
We should move.
Esmo, access, yes. Forward.
Let's head out. Completed.
Let's make this quick.
High roll. Nice. Hi, lazy. How long have you been in here? Did I miss any redeems? Hmm. That damage reduction is a real pain in the ass. But at least the wolves are drawing most of the gargoyles' attention. Actually, all of it. So I can do things like that. Kalik warily looks around the area. That tower! It's destroyed and I'm afraid. Kalik points at the ruins. A frightening gargoyle is sitting among them. Is it even a gargoyle? The jewels the monster has gathered in its nest glimmering here and there, but the brightest treasure of all is a small disc lying at its feet. It glistens like like incandescent metal, but a moment later it is covered by abysmal blackness. It flashes white, then it flashes white again. The disc of the eclipse! That must be it! But how do we... The girl freezes mid-sentence, her eyes wide open. And then... You look into the eyes of a tiefling girl as she emerges from the portal, and she raises her brow expressively. Edelweiss, it's such a wonderful day, and what a view! It's nice to see you again, Canera. You detect a glimmer of fear in the girl's eyes, but she quickly shakes it off and snaps her tail angrily. Let me guess. My sweet sister couldn't hold her tongue. She broke the god's orders and revealed our secret. To tell you the truth, I was sure all this would come out sooner or later. But it's nice to know I wasn't the fool who let it slip. Canera keeps silent and for a few minutes contemplating her new situation, but then she smiles coyly. Tell me, Edelweiss, didn't we say goodbye in a luxurious banquet hall in Bresthof the day you received your barony? And now we're sitting all alone at the top of a cliff in some backwater, surrounded by slimy, flesh-eating toads and other revolting monsters. I don't even know which questions to ask first. Why? Or how? Well, your sister asked me to find an artifact. An artifact? It doesn't happen to be the disc of the eclipse, does it? Of course, it was I who first told you about it. But I imagined us sitting cozy by a fire, or by the fire in your castle, while your servants went off to collect it. But oh well. An adventure it is then. But it seems our treasure has been stolen by that ugly gargoyle? So, what are we supposed to do now? We freed the water elementals, who seem friendly. They will help us defeat the gargoyle. So we let them fight instead of us, right? So we can stand back and watch? Canera smiles coyly. No, we won't abandon them in battle. We'll fight together. Canera wrinkles her nose. As you wish, Your Grace. We'll risk our lives for animated puddles. Fine, let's call them. Well, we kind of need to fight the gargoyle either way, so it's really...
Let's make this quick.
Ow.
Taste my fury.
Aim carefully.
No.
This is going to hurt.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Burn.
Attack. A solid plan. The path is clear.
Let's see what we have here. Canera's tail dances just above the ground, giving away the tiefling's excitement. She is obviously anxious to grab the disc, but waits for you to get to nod. Detect magic. Examine the magic aura of the artifact and the surrounding area. You easily find the disc's aura. It is an intricate artifact, but it doesn't seem especially powerful. But do you notice something else? Traces of a much stronger aura nearby. It seems that someone very powerful was here before you and did something to the disc. Canera, I sense something strange. As if someone was here right before us and did something to the discs. The tiefling seemed surprised. Someone was here before us? Found the treasures and the artifact, but didn't take them? So strange. Well, we aren't going to use the disc right now anyway, are we? We'll just take it to the capital and examine it there. Fine. Take the disc. The girl quickly grabs the artifact with both hands, and in that very instant, you hear a loud sound like a clap, and Canera is enveloped in a cocoon of white light, which quickly turns to darkness. You hear voices whispering and interrupting each other. They seem to be speaking in images, not natural words. Black, white, bound, split, indivisible. Then, the strange phenomena ends. And as the darkness disappears, and Canera is standing before you just as she was, seemingly intact, but the disc in her hands is gone. Are you alright? What? Canera seems to barely hear you. She shakes her head a few times, as if she's emerging from a dream. Amazing. I didn't expect this. Listen, the artifact didn't disappear. I can feel it. It's like a part of me now, and I think I know how to use it. Kalik looks at you in complete astonishment. Elvis? What just happened? I was sleeping in the demi-plane, but this time I wasn't pulled out like usual. I heard a voice. Canera's voice. Canera and I recovered the disc of the eclipse, and it affected her in a strange way. So what I felt and heard was the influence of the disc? But it's so strange. Khalid closes her eyes and stands still. Her dark hair moves in the wind, but nothing happens for a minute. Then, without opening her eyes, she begins to move her hand forward. Yes, now I understand. Hello again. Are we still at Sorrowflow? In Sorrowflow? So my sweet sister learned how to use our new ability so quickly. I was sure it would take her a year. I am going to try to switch us again. Please, tell her for me that she's a foolish goat. Kalik looks even more stunned. I'm back again. And again, I heard my sister calling me. I felt it inside me. Just like my bond with the elemental forces. Now I can switch wherever we wish. Your sister asked me to tell you that she misses you. I doubt that's exactly what she said. But I thank you for trying to cheer me up. So, you can now switch whenever you want to. Yes. Oh, there are so many thoughts in my head. It's a miracle that we found such a rare artifact that could help us. Or perhaps Nethys planned this all along. And what should we do with this new gift? Now my dear sister and I must decide how to divide the time we share. Kalik shakes her head. Yes, I think about all this and many other things, but for now I wish to thank you, Edelweiss. If a foreign outcast's gratitude means anything to you, you have it. And one more thing. I'd like to remain in your lands and help you with your quests and travels, now that we can better control our switches. We won't have to keep running from one place to another. I think Canera will support my idea. What do you say? You'll be most welcome. May this be the beginning of a wonderful journey. Okay. Now Kalik and Canera have officially joined the party. But also, yeah, this is kind of why I am not really liking Kineticist much, because her maximum HP is reduced considerably in each encounter. And yeah. I'm just going to respec her once I have the chance. Both of them, actually. Sorcerer, and that will get us deep slumber, and more importantly, a Sorc talent. Bloodline feat. Point blank shot, quicken, or precise shot. Meta magic, quicken spell. I don't feel like quicken spell probably isn't worthwhile, to be honest. At this point, I'm inclined to just take these three here. Like, Edelweiss doesn't use raise enough for precise shot and point blank shot to really be worth it. And quicken spell, well, she would probably precast her spells anyway, so probably isn't worth it either. Rhyme spell, toppling spell. Well, I admit I was kind of hoping for a prolonged spell or something like that, but extend spell. There it is. Yeah. Extend spell. Which raises the caster level of the modified spells by 1. Okay. First level. That's rough. Honestly. Spell level 2. Mirror image. Spell level 3. Haste. Because I already have Summon Monster 3, so we don't need to need that. Yeah. Seven ability damage on dexterity. That's a lot.
Tread lightly. Let us be careful. I'll go ahead.
Now we head back to the capital.
I feel tired.
Well, I'm at it actually. Hmm. Let's see. We'll start with a wall. And Balkan's alchemical shop. Well, no, that can wait. Longhouse, tavern. Well, tavern or longhouse. So actually, I do need to increase my arcane stat. So let's see, shrine. Let's put that here. Smithy. Yeah. Ideally, Canera isn't the companion I would put in the treasurer role, but we don't have Jubilost yet, so yeah.
I feel tired. The path is clear. Let's head out.
don't we set up camp? Share, share the warmth of the fire. Share, share the song of your soul. Those are the treasures you can trust, but hide them away and turn to dust. Why don't we set up camp?
Your Grace, Keston has a troubled look on his face. I fear there's another matter that requires your attention. There have been reports, many of them, from settlements across the Gnarl Marshes. There are trolls in the forest, and seemingly hordes of them. Rumors claim they're more than the typical savage beast. They almost seem to show reason and tactics. They form groups all at once, plunder the villages, and carry away the peasants. Even stranger kobolds seem to have been spotted among their ranks, when unusually they would be attacked on sight. Keston falls silent for a moment. I'm not certain any of this is reliable. Fear builds mountains and molehills. Some of their rumors even say these trolls carry torches and burn down houses, seemingly unafraid of open flames. It's entirely possible that the rest of the reports could be exaggerated as well. The common folk will hardly heed any simple exhortation. Someone will need to go to take the Gnarlmarchers to investigate the matter. I was considering the matter when it hit me. What if you were to take on the investigation yourself, Your Grace? Well, Baroness's duty is to our people. I'll head south. and look into the situation. Thank you, Your Grace. Keston sighs with relief. When you decide to go, please remember that trolls can only be killed with fire or acid. You performed a lawful neutral action.
Trolls who didn't fear fire? That sounded terrible, and dangerous, and terribly dangerous. If we couldn't rein them in, our young barony would be eaten up in a snap.
Okay. Oh yeah. There is that. I've brought some relics. Are any worthy of a story? The storyteller's eyebrows raise. How interesting. May I, Your Grace? He gently touches the items in your pack. Ah, the belongings of brave heroes who performed their feats here before you. I sense you would be interested to hear their story. These lands took many lives and spawned many legends. I can now tell you of a distant expedition undertaken by a group of Brevik heroes known as the Drowned Trees. Or to a place known as the Drowned Trees. I would be happy to trade the whole set of items for their story. Would you hear it calling to us? Or can you hear it calling to us? Let us hurry. Tell me about the Drowned Trees. I hear rowlocks creaking, river water splashing, bushes rustling, and arrows singing through the air. I feel an invincible will, a cold resolution to finish what's been started. No matter the cost, my chain armor clings to my body, and my young hands grip a sword tightly. I am the leader of a group of brave souls set off to the stolen lands to clear them of bandits once and for all. Adam's Lost, Restovic Ranger's Broken Arrow, Inquisitor's Broken Crossbow, Paladin's Crumpled Helmet, Swordlord's Empty Sheath, and Sorceress's Discharged Staff. So we know what the party comp was then. We sail on a large freight boat. It serves as bait for the bandits, who keep throwing themselves at it, only to find death. A death as inglorious as the life they've lived. From time to time, we manage to capture a prisoner. Hi, Lazy. Thank you for the second. The stretch, hydrate, and wasted. Big stretch. How are you doing, Lazy? Hello, being yourself. From time to time, we manage to capture a prisoner. While our Inquisitor talks to them, I go to the stern. Shutting my ears to their cries, I remind myself that these are scum, drenched in blood to the elbow. I think upon our cause, freedom for my homeland, and independent Rostland. But still, my goosebumps rise with each pitiful cry. I must steel myself and be strong. Who is in your group? A paladin, a ranger, a sorceress, a priest, an inquisitor, and me, a fighter. All experienced combatants. Over and over, we've saved each other's lives in times of need. Why do you have to question the prisoners? The bandits attacking our boat are small fry. We're looking for their lair, a place now known as the Drowned Trees. We seek the leader of the bandits, an underwater monster known as Dargut Droon, and will not leave without his head. Have there always been so many bandits in the Stolen Lands? This land swarms with them, and we meet them more often than common merchants. You see, we started a rumor that the Eldori Swordlords are using this boat to sneak treasures out of the country. Now, half the gangs are in the area are hunting us. At night, it seems a whole army is attacking our boat. Far too many for us to fend off. But luckily, we don't have to. While they battle monsters we've summoned in pitch black magical darkness, we drink the potions we prepared and dive under the water. The scum break into the hold, but instead of treasure, they find their final surprise. the work of a Restovic alchemist. A trap. A dozen barrels of highly explosive oils. We watch from a safe distance as the boat is blown to pieces in a deafening explosion. Everything has gone according to plan. The more who die here, the fewer will meet in the drowned trees. We march through the forest, then camp to regain our strength. Their nest is close. Our Inquisitor discovered everything, even the location of their secret entrance. Today we rest. Tomorrow the Bandit King will draw his final breath. Even if you sneak into bandit camp unseen, how will you handle all of them? Each of us is worth 24 in battle. Besides, we were well prepared. Chaos, confusion, and summoned monsters will be on our side. And fire. A lot of fire. What kind of secret entrance? An underwater path. Winding along the swamp bottom, we had potions to breathe freely underwater. We couldn't see beyond our outstretched arms in the muddy water, and there were plenty of traps along the way. But the Inquisitor learned of all the things that marked the safe passage. At least, we believed she did. You believed she did. Which means the story is going to take an unfortunate turn for this whole group. Which, to be fair, makes sense. Because if they succeeded, or if it went well, I wouldn't be here. You're good? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. We trudge back through the muddy water. We trudge through muddy waters. Suddenly, a giant log, studded with blades, fall from above. I managed to stagger back, but the paladin who walked alongside me is now a gory sight. With a gory sight spread thin across the ground. -1. The next moment, a monstrous creature emerges from the darkness. A twisted cross between fish and monkey. Its clawed hand reaches out, effortlessly melting away the Inquisitor's flesh. Then ripping at her heart. This is the king of the bandits, Dargut Droon. The bandit we captured did not lie, but the secret passage he spoke of led right into the underwater lair of his master. That's -2. I bury my terror deep in my soul. There was no time for weakness. There were only 4 of us left. And we are gasping for air by the time the freak's lifeblood stains the water. We leave the beheaded body on dry land, then retreat and recover. Only now I allow my hands to tremble, my breath to race unbidden. my tears to flow. What kind of monster was this Dargut Droon? They say he was once a normal human, but he offended a powerful fae. She cursed him, turning him into a monster, but one bestowed with the ability to breathe underwater and melt human flesh with his touch. With these powers, he became a bandit king. So, we got some key information there. A powerful fae, and she. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Specifically, we know a certain dryad who has been throwing her lot in with us, or me rather. May actually be part of why this land was never reclaimed from the wild. Did you find anything useful in Dargut's lair? Oh yes, the Bandit King was a true collector of magical items. We lost 2 of our friends, but what we found there would help us finish what we started. So, the bandit wanted to set you up, but he played right into your hands. You could say so. Dargut Droon didn't expect an armed party to appear there before him, but we too were unprepared for the encounter. The bandits' lie cost both sides dearly. Please continue. The next night, we returned the same way. We swam up to the surface and quietly gather our bearings. Having above us loomed around trees, enormous dead trunks emerging from the water. Bridges crisscrossing their branches. The air is filled with the sounds of battle. Having lost their king, the bandits now battle each other for power, and we are ready to join the fight. We leave at dawn. Behind us, smoke rises up to the sky. The bandit nest smolders and blazes. Only 2 of us remain, the priest and I. We've won, but this victory tastes of ash. Cinders and swampoos. I ask him, tell me, Asbanki, was it worth it? He put his hands on my shoulder and says, yes, Jamandi. Now the stolen lands will be ours. I wish I believed him. And there you have Asbanki, the priest, or cleric really, first we have Jamandi Aldori, the Swordlord, who sent us on the mission to the Stolen Lands in the first place, and Zvonki, the priest who was fighting at her side in the prologue. Yeah. The storyteller heaves a sigh, runs his hand over his face, and rubs his temples. Thus, the expedition to the drowned trees came to an end. I must admit, it was no easy feeling for me to stand in the place of this daring woman. The steel of her soul was colder than ice. Wait, is this the story of Jamandi Aldori? But she's still alive. Some people have become legends in their own lifetime. Jamandi has performed many glorious feats, and there may yet be more ahead. If Jamandi has once cleared the Stolen Lands of bandits, why must we do it all over again? The death of Dargut Droon and destruction of the drowned trees weakened the bandits. But not for long. The paladin who died was a noble. It was he who was supposed to claim the Stolen Lands and send in his troops, while Jamandi sought another candidate, or a priest capable of performing a resurrection ritual. A new bandit leader emerged in the destroyed fortress on the banks of the Tuskwater. Within the year, the Stolen Lands were once again swarming with gangs. Thank you for the story, storyteller. Okay. And now, let's see. Not Miri, but we'll take Rigongar, Jaethal. We don't need Trishan now. There we go. That's a much more balanced party.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Okay. Be right back, one moment. And I'm back. So, there we go. Chirurgeon. I believe they're housebound. Yeah. Alchemist. Well, actually, there's only like 2 spells left. So I'm actually kinda tempted. It's fine, actually. Yeah. Here we go.
My strength betrays me.
Resting would be nice, don't you think? Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Spooners!
اسمع عكس يس. Unworthy. Go.
Serves you right.
I'll cut you.
wretched things. Taste my fury.
Hmm.
Consider me provoked.
You deserved it.
Die for me.
Hashani servitude. This is going to hurt.
This is for you.
I forgot to re-equip Canera after respecking her. Whoops.
Bleed for me.
Aperane sentes.
Oh. So that's how it works. Okay.
Burn.
Fear me.
Damn. Esmo, Axe, yes. despicable. Flames take you. Go.
I'll cut you.
Down.
Advance! Taste fury. I'll fight if I have to.
This is where I step in.
Die for me.
Doom Spider. Doom Spider.
Tashani Sartur. This body holds no more.
Serves you right.
Bleed for me.
Ancient curse completed. Until next time. Anyway, I probably should have taken a break, like half an hour ago. Ooh. I keep looking at the your length on the timer of the recording, and that hasn't moved in close to an hour, actually. Close to 2 hours. And whoops. I mean, it's still recording. It just doesn't seem to register how long it's been recording. Anyway. I need to eat. I think my one problem with Kingmaker is the fact that a lot of the quests have a time limit on them. So if you do not complete them in a specific window of time, you're going to fail it.
My strength betrays me.
And also, but which wouldn't be a problem, but you're not always going to be near the area where the quest is found. Or is at. Such as, for example, the Bald Hilltop.
I'll go ahead.
It was... I basically had, what, 48 days?
Resting would be nice.
And I had
don't you
to
think?
go here on a very specific window of time. So, in order to make that happen, I off stream trekked all the way up here to Sorrowflow to check that I would have enough time after completing completing that quest to get back to the Bald Hilltop.
I feel tired.
Which I did, but it was still annoying. They kind of do away with that in the next Pathfinder game, though, in Breath of Righteous. And I can't say I've missed it. A recurrent dream has recently been troubling the Baroness's slumbers. She sees valiant heroes entering ancient ruins to descend under the ground, never to return. Their faces show stern resolve, their lips pinched thin. The angry red sun follows the heroes into the darkness, casting its fleeting evening rays upon them. Just before waking, the Baroness hears a faint whisper. "Come to me, hero. I await you here, in the tenebrous depths." Alright, so... a bunch of these. I don't feel all that pressed to complete right now. Alchemist, cleric, or rather, Carujan. Maybe I should respect Canara to a grim spawn too. Nah. Got a break soon. All right. Okay.
Just be careful.
All right. Are you fucking... I thought I dealt with that already. Like, personally.
Unworthy, wretched things. Kashan Savi. Taste my fury.
Serves you right.
I'll cut you. Die for me.
Despicable.
Music would be
This is going
great
to hurt.
here. Ow.
Consider me provoked.
You deserved it.
Bleed for me.
Advance. This is for you!
Any last wishes?
Fear me.
Unworthy. Burn.
I forgot to start up the recording again. Fuck.
My strength betrays me.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Kinda, yeah. Eight-legged plague. The rumors surrounding the bald hilltop proved true. The barony has been flooded with monstrous spiders, attacking the locals and slaughtering the cattle. Reports indicate that the huge arachnids spread a ghastly disease that weakens the victim with fever and coats their body with blisters. This invasion has to be stopped before panic and infection ravage the stolen lands. Yeah. Guess I'm downloading the bot and doing this the hard way then. Thank you, Lazy, for the Squirtle sacks. Also known as the sexy sacks. Let's be honest here. Oh, fuck me. The game crashed. Yeah. Hate when that happens. Jathal's training. Emiri, Christian. Halrim, Valerie, Rigongar. Octavia and Lindsay. Level up around the same time, actually. Rather, they share EXP. That's interesting. And one more for the twins. Hmm. Oh, that explains why I didn't claim it. Feeling a little yippy today, are we, Lexi? Lazy? Lazy Lex? Let's go down to the Skunk River, actually.
I need to catch my breath. You fight pretty well. Keep at it, and you might earn my respect.
Like I need it. I have more respect for grave worms than for you. Speaking of which, I think they're calling you.
Unworthy.
consider me provoked.
Good roll.
Taste my body.
Wretched things. Despicable. Advance. Unworthy.
Tartuk. Oh, the gnome invites some of his friends. Stupid, slow, sluggish gnome. That's ironic coming from you. Gnome! Stupid! There's a purple kobold on the bank who looks just like your old acquaintance, Tartuccio. Kobolds want this first, or want this cart. Kobolds shall have it. The horse skull hides most of the kobold's face, but you see his vicious eyes glinting in the socket, in the empty sockets, staring at you. By orders of myself, the glorious King Tartuk. The kobold pounds his chest with his fist. Alter ego of the gnome Tartuccio. Until recently, you thought you'd killed him. Tartuk King! The head of the gnome expedition wipes his brow and glares at the kobold. This bastard was the one talking your ears off. while the rest of them were trying to steal our cart. King Tartuk, the gnome looks at you and winks. What do you think? What do you say to a bit of regicide? Tertuccio, I recognize you. What is this new disguise? And why are you not dead? How dare you speak like that to King? Attack! Shoot us! Shoot us! Shoot us! Well, I thought so. Ow.
I'll cut you!
wretched things.
Die for me.
I'll go ahead.
While the gnomes were busy fighting the kobolds, furiously cursing and diligently punching their unwelcome guests right in their dragonish snouts, the cart was all but forgotten. The unwitting cause of the fight, it was being dragged away by the scared ponies when it slid down the ford, sinking all the way up to the coachman's seat in the river. This was where the Skunk River flows into the Tuskwater, and the current becomes excessively spiteful, cold, stubborn, and turbulent. Having taken hold of the gnome's cart, the Skunk River must have decided to drag it down amid all the commotion. But it was caught in the act. The surviving gnomes, led by the head of the gnome expedition, an extremely loud and crabby fellow, but not without some managerial talent, were able to catch the cart right before it floated away. Faces red and grunting from the strain, they struggled to keep it from drowning entirely. Just then, a package fell into the water with a heartbreaking splash. It vanished beneath the current, only to resurface 10 meters down the river. No! The head of the gnome expedition moaned as he glowered at the package. That was alchemy and life, the latest issue. After plunging into the cold river, the ponies immediately lost their nerve, swiveling their ears and twitching. They tried to chew through the reins and throw off the load. Why are you just standing around? Go on, help them! The head of the gnome expedition was visibly dissatisfied as he shouted. One of us tried to jump onto the cart to untie the ponies, still standing in the water. That would be Lindsay. Succeeded in mobility check and lore nature check. Lindsay nimbly climbed onto the root of the cart and carefully crawled toward the ponies hitched up at the riverbank. The ponies seemed to be relieved to feel a firm hand holding the reins again, and calmed down at once and allowed themselves to be unhitched. In just a few moments, they were standing back at the ford, ready to pull the cart from the river. Gathering our strength, we began pulling the cart from the river. If you're certain you're ready, then let's do it. But be careful. I imagine the cart's full of gold, or ale, or some other thing you couldn't bear to lose. We tried to pull the cart out. The cart creaked and cracked, sounding as though it were sobbing. The boards strained against the combined stress of the rushing waters pull against everyone trying to pull the cart ashore. Unfortunately for the cart, both sides were of equal strength. Something had to be done, or the poor cart would be torn to pieces. So, Lore Nature DC 19. That's not happening. Athletics. DC 20. Also not happening. That's even worse. Everyone was soaking wet, freezing and exhausted. The group's initial enthusiasm had all but vanished. They glared at the cart scornfully, ready to give up and forget about it like it was all a bad dream. The Baroness decided it was time to raise everyone's spirit, be it with a smile, a noble order, or some shouting, or even a good round of swearing. After everyone struggled together for a while, the cart finally made it out of the muddy riverbed and rolled back onto the rocky ground of the waiting ford, prompting some seemingly indignant sloshes and squelches as the river released its trophy and rushed along in search of easier prey. Losing no time, the head of the gnome expedition jumped inside, For a good while, rattling and swearing were all that could be heard from the cart, until the gnome's face finally reappeared from under the rooftop, seemingly satisfied. "Almost everything is still in place," he announced cheerfully, jumping from the cart. "It's all wet and crumpled, but at least nothing's missing. Thank you, travelers. If not for your help, guided by my keen supervision, of course, I'd have had to say goodbye to all my possessions." Credit where it's due. That supervision was mine. I'm the one who did that. The gnome stands before you, or the gnome that stands before you wears dirty and ragged clothes. They used to look stylish and wealthy long ago, but those are long gone. Or those times are long gone. His black hair is matted, a deep, fresh scratch across his cheek. Despite this rather pathetic look, the gnome behaves with an inner dignity and even manages to maintain a superior manner.
Jubilos Nartropple, at your grace's service. Your help with these kobolds and my almost drowned cart was timely indeed.
He introduces himself and looks closely at your party.
By the way, it's a shame no one organized a greeting party when such a famous and popular person as myself arrived to your capital. I wasn't expecting a red carpet covered with rose petals, but you could at least have sent ahead some delegation.
Well, I mean, we weren't told. We didn't know you were coming, Jubilost.
Oh, at least some of my servants are still alive. Do you know how much it costs to train a proper servant?
Jubilost jabbers too fast, never stopping even to take a breath. You see he's piled up some emotions and just needs to get them out of his system.
Sounds like your servants are nothing but tools to you. Truly, with masters like that, being a servant is not much of an improvement over being a slave.
Octavia glowers at the gnome.
What's this then? Run along, little girl, the grown-ups are talking.
The gnome sizes Octavia up from under his glasses and snorts, rolling his eyes.
So, you're not only arrogant, but a boorish swine as well. Why am I not surprised at all?
Jubilost only clears his throat, paying no attention to the fuming mage.
Also, while I'm on that, I'd like to make an official announcement. The roads in your barony are in terrible condition. People must search for wading fords to cross the rivers because no one had bothered themselves with building bridges, and honest travelers have to take the risk of being attacked by kobolds at any moment.
Well, the barony is like two weeks old. Give me some credit, Ruby.
So, what did you say your barony was called? Well, whatever, never mind. When I draw the map of these lands, I will call them Maybe Local Baroness Will Help. I guess it's a fitting name.
The gnome falls silent at last. He watches you with his shifty eyes opening and closing his mouth, as if he wants to say something more, but hasn't come up with it yet. How do you know I am a baroness?
I've already told you I visited your capital some time ago. Weren't you listening to me? And I'm used to being greeted by officials when I arrive to settlements of at least some importance. The glory of myself and my exploits usually precedes me, and officials usually prefer to be on good terms with me.
Jubilost wonders a trifle too heartily and smiles slyly.
Yes, you're right. I should have remembered that your lands are in the middle of nowhere, and you don't get updates on important things in time.
I didn't know you'd come. Jubilost thinks this over, tilting his head. Looks like this thought never occurred to him. So, what happened here? How did your cart end up in the river?
My party and I set up camp at the bank of this river. We'd just finished kindling the fire when that purple bastard appeared. You know what he told me? He introduced himself as the king of the kobolds and told me he needed our clothes because he wanted to dress his subjects properly, you see, as long as they've established the kingdom of their own. That's literally what he said. I wonder, where did he learn the words? Obviously, I told him to buzz off. Some kobold wants to strut around wearing the clothes of the great cartographer Jubilost Nartropple. No way.
Jubilost's face gets red in resentment.
So I've been explaining my position to him, being rather eloquent too, suggesting he and his so-called kingdom might as well fall into the deepest sinkhole. In the meantime, I've noticed that kobolds have already started to untie my cart. Well, I called my men to keep the cart safe. They couldn't guess what to do on their own, just stood there with their mouths ajar. Then things heated up as the fighting started, and while we were fighting, the ponies dragged the cart to the river. Stupid animals.
You said you were famous, but I don't know you. What are you famous for?
That was either a stupid and offensive joke or a case of total ignorance. The latter, I hope. I'm famous as a traveler, a cartographer, an alchemist, and a journalist. The students of all the major universities study the world using my maps. My articles for different journals are well known everywhere, from Andorran to Brevoy. You've definitely read some issues of National Alchemy, haven't you? Culinary Almanac of the Inner Sea?
Well, that one I have read, actually. I believe I have it, in my room, even.
Or the most scandalous one, The Independence, describing benefits and drawbacks of governments and regimes in different states. Didn't read any of these. Oh, well, don't answer that. I don't want to spoil my impression of your barony. It's spoiled enough already. It would be hard for me to write at least something positive otherwise.
Wait, the Jubilost Narthrapple? Author of the 14.5 eulogies to Pitax? Oh my! Every student in the Academy of Grand Arts devoured your books, especially after King Aravetti banned them, tried you in absentia, and sentenced you to death.
I see at least someone in this shabby barony has at least a rudimentary education, even if they got them in such a dubious establishment as the Pitax Academy of Grand Arts.
True, yeah. While not as popular as some of the great bardic schools of the Inner Sea, Pitax's Academy of Grand Arts still manages to attract some students seeking greater specialization.
I was expelled for irreverence.
Is this so? Well, if it is true, then you just might not be beyond hope.
Alright. It was nice talking to you, but it's time to go.
Hold on, wait a moment. There is, you see. Long ago, there was a dwarven trade route crossing these lands. It connected Five Kings Mountains and the north. The route was so important to the dwarves that they were generous enough to set a number of outposts along it, manned with armed guardians to provide protection for the traders. One of these outposts must be somewhere nearby, lost and completely forsaken, but nothing can avoid the watchful eye of the great cartographer Jubilos Nartropal. I will find this outpost, and I will mark its location on the map. You can trust me on that.
So, what is such a famous person doing that far from civilization?
I pursued two objectives. The first is to write an article on this new barony of yours for the Independence. The second is to draw a detailed map of the stolen lands. Before this barony appeared, it had been too dangerous to come here, but now an opportunity has appeared. Thanks to you, I must add. So, as you can see, the freedom of speech sometimes grants positive comments too. Anyway, I'm almost done with this journey. My article is practically ready, so is the map. All that's left to do now is to find an old dwarven outpost established here several centuries ago.
Tell me, is this old dwarven outpost abandoned? Is it possible it's now used by trolls as a lair, for instance?
Why not? Dwarves like being underground, trolls like being underground too. It's quite possible after dwarves left, their warm and cozy place fell into the hands of less attractive creatures.
Jubilos shrugs. Yeah. I'm looking for trolls lair. Maybe we're looking for the same place. Let's join our efforts and start looking together.
Well, you proved to be a capable companion in a case of emergency. I guess I can entrust you with covering my back. Let's go. I will send someone for my cart later.
Right. Let's get an extra Inquisitor spell. Most of these actually aren't that great. Let's see. Actually, no. Let's go with this one instead. Because although, yes, Jaethal herself is undead, it's actually more beneficial for my party if a desecrate and consecrate are reversed. That +3 sacred attack bonus is a lot stronger for my party if it comes from consecrate than when it comes from desecrate. Ironically. Like, Jaethal is going to lose some accuracy, but still, the rest of the party is going to be very happy. Including all of the, including animal companions and summoned creatures too. Yeah, that's the nurse. Hold up. Hi. Yeah. I forgot to close the door again, I guess. Oops. False life. Cure moderate wounds on... What is it? Actually, let's do a 2-3 configuration there. Two casts of haste as well, which honestly I would prefer cure to have cure series wounds already. I think I chose the wrong spell. Oh well.
Let us bide our time.
What's new?
Oh yeah. I guess I can't level up Jubilos. Well, fuck me, I guess.
The path is clear.
I'm not afraid.
Esmo, Axe, yes.
This is for you.
Burn. Despicable.
I'll fight if I have to.
Flames take you.
A clever ploy.
Bleed for me.
Advance.
Well, I would say that's probably a good place to stop. Although, I'm thinking let's go and speak to Jathal before we quit. Jathal greets you with a nod. Speak. I would like to hear your story. Stories. Jathal shrugs. Stories are boring and a waste of time. I have killed. I was exiled from Conan. I died. And I was raised by Urgathoa's gift. That is my story. Who were you before your exile? It's rather amusing. I belonged to a wealthy family and held a high position in the courts of Yadara, the capital of Conan. When my little wrongdoings were revealed, the trial was held in the very same court where I tried cases and delivered sentences over several hundred years. An awkward situation, don't you think? How did you kill and why? Family. 4. Jathal's voice is calm and ordinary, as if she's speaking of something trivial. But why is the more interesting question. What is the worth of 1,000 years if you cannot enjoy it like your first 10 dozen springs? The elf's voice sounds unusually vehement. Everyone considers elves ever young, but our youthfulness is but a mask, a threadbare ritual gown. What lies underneath? The dust of years and jaded repetition. With each year, the dust grows thicker, and erstwhile joys cease to excite and cloy as a dish you've tasted 1,000 times. Long did I search for a way to avert this fate. Don't I, who has truly tasted life, deserve a better lot than those benumbed old elves who closed themselves to the world? And I found a way in the ancient text of Urgathoa, a ritual involving the blood of my kin, a trifle that would make each day feel as a holiday, created specially for me. The ritual gave strength not only to my body, but to my mind and my soul. And my mind whirled at every sensation, each sip of wine, each silken caress. Oh, how I miss this. My cousin was the first I used for the ritual. It was a simple matter to pass her death as an unfortunate accident. But the enchantment would not last. I had to find another, and again conceal my trail. With the third death, my family grew suspicious, and upon the fourth, my deeds were finally revealed. Such a pity. If not for this, my life, even now, would overflow with burning pleasure. For I have dozens of useless relatives. I hope you've suffered fair punishment for your crimes. Did you kill innocent elves for entertainment and pleasure? That's abominable. I'm not one to judge you for your past deeds. An objective worth pursuing, but it would be better to refrain from secret murder. There are many ways to arrange a death, while keeping within the boundaries of law and decency. Yeah, no, I'm not one to judge, so, and I'm not one to judge because I actually want Jethal to stay in the party. She's useful. Fair. Judge me for my present form, and better yet, for the benefits we can provide each other. Who were you before your exile? No, I already read that. Do you have family in Kyonin? Anyone who is dear to you? Do you mean someone I would hesitate to sacrifice? Perhaps my daughter. I would regret the wasted effort. The creature turned out quite well, like a properly trained dog, or a well-managed horse. Is exile your only punishment for murder? For an elf, Jethal says pointedly, exile is a serious punishment. There is no other Kyonin in this world. Even I, who despises its hypocrisy, must admit as much. So, how did you die? And what happened after? Jethal frowns. I don't remember my death. I was stunned by the sentence of exile, and I admit I showed weakness. I wandered aimless, absorbed in despair, without concern for my safety or sustenance. And then, I remember desolate rocks, a stone I lay upon, a convulsion passing not only through my whole body, but through my soul. Then I awakened, cold, calm, my body overwhelmed with strength, but haunted by a strange internal silence. There were bloody prints of bone feet on the stone next to me. The sign of a goddess, or of the goddess. A battle scythe lay nearby. That was the last time I heard Urgatho's voice. She spoke but 3 words. Hail the Inquisitor. That is all. She has neither addressed me, nor answered my pleas ever since. I will not bother you with the story of how I tried to comprehend my new condition. Soon I had a chance to honor my new powers, or to put my new powers to the test. A group of my kin tracked me through the woods. They were insolent, and would pay dearly for this, but I had to reckon how I might free myself from their persistent chase. A powerful protector among the short-lived could help me, and the sword lords seemed suitable. That is all. Tell me about your birthplace. From your question, I assume you're not from Conan, right? I just haven't been there in a long time. I want to hear the latest news. News? It's not about elves, believe me. Conan today is still the grim mix of ruin and splendor it has been for ages. Next to today's graceful dwellings lie the ruins of ancient monuments and fountains. Elves prefer to live in small groups in secluded settlements. The most outgoing and ambitious live in the capital, Iadara. Daily life is filled with the efforts of 100-year-old infants seeking worthy goals, and 1,000-year-old stony cynics attempt entertaining themselves howsoever they can. That is all. It's scarcely worth mentioning that even this gloom is far more tempting than anything in the lands of the short-lived. Than anything one finds in the lands of the short-lived. How did you die? And what happened after? No, I already read that. Enough talking done. Thank you for the conversation. Farewell. Yeah.
Let us be careful. The path is clear.
All right. I reckon that's where we are going to stop for today. So, with that, who's currently streaming? Ah, let's go say hello to... There we go. We are going to say hi to Cobral, who is currently playing Total War Warhammer. So, yeah. Have a good night.